gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all. I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off. Find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all. I just gotta get through. Sometimes I feel like all is lost, but I know it's not true. I wanna put up all my walls cause I'm not in the mood, but then I cut myself off from the rest of the room. I know that time can heal it all.
All right, everybody. Happy Monday morning there across the world. I'm over here up bright early in the morning, and we are going to be rocking this Airbus A400 today on this wonderful day. We're here in Riverside, flying for the United Nations, of course. I had to find a reason to fly this Airbus A400 mic here in the United States. So the United Nations is preparing to do a United States-wide awareness symposium, more or less targeted at the Air Force right now, since the Air Force is saturated throughout the globe here, and so the UN is going to be making some cargo drops to certain Air Force bases so they can put this symposium on over the next few weeks here. So our first route is going to be from Riverside to Nellis Air Force Base quick hop. Then after that, it'll be Nellis Air Force Base to Albuquerque, and then Albuquerque up to Minneapolis, St. Paul. And all of these airports have one thing in common: they're either an Air Force base themselves, or they share runways with the local airport there. And so that's what we're doing today here to get in this Airbus A400. Capital G, capital O, capital D. Thank you for blessing me with everything and waking me up today. Big up to my wife and kids, and big up to you, D-Champ, first man on the scene. So let's go ahead and get in here. I tried to stream this about 45 minutes ago, but the internet was jacked up, so there we go, guys. So I'll be off and on camera today, so let's just get on the bird. I'm wearing this nice little bear suit right here, which is pretty nice. Look at this, guys. Got my little hood. Time of year. You guys like that? All right. Don't mind me. Nerd problems. All right, let's get on to the airplane here and get ready to get this thing up and running. Let's stop the music for now so that we can hear this thing, since it's the first time I'm streaming it. Everything right now is cold and dark, and let me make sure we are logged on to the VATSIM network. We are, so we've already got some information here that we need to use. So right now we are in Moreno Valley, California, at March Reserve Base, which is still very much in use. It survived the downsizing of military bases some time ago because it is an important base. As a matter of fact, it shares a they've also upgraded this base to have a cargo ramp for major companies like Amazon and other distributors that are in this area. So that's pretty interesting. Okay, guys, so we do have external power already available here on the plane. The thrust levers are in the idle position. We can see that they'll move. If we move them, let's go ahead and move this armrest back. Parking brake is in the on position here, where the brake pressure is accumulated there. And we are ready to pretty much get some power on the bird. We'll get the doors open so the cargo can get loaded in as well. Let's go ahead and turn these wonderful batteries on here. We're going to go right to the ground power. We're going to arm the emergency lights and put the seat belts into the auto. And we are going to bring the aircraft alive, so to speak, so that we can 100% get everything initialized here. Now, the beautiful thing about this Airbus, we really don't have to do anything right here, right this second, because either way, it is going to initialize the IRSs and figure out where it is at. Now, we also need to get our nav lights on to let everybody know the aircraft is going to be actively preparing for departure here. Everything else up there looks top, or everything up top looks good. So you can see now we've got an IRS alignment now in 6 minutes, which is copacetic. Now what we're going to do is come here to our electronic flight bag. This says SimBrief compliant, so we're going to upload our flight plan here. And you can see here we've got our main route, Riverside to Nellis Air Force Base. Then of course we have to alternate up here, the airport there. And right now we'll just make sure all of our METARs or weather information is updated. Here it's very calm, 0 knots, 10 degrees Celsius for the temperature with an altimeter setting of 3005. So that'll in fact make for a nice departure out of here, even though there is a little bit of fog here, as you can see, in haze here in Moreno Valley today. And then getting into Nellis, it looks like it's almost the same thing. Temperature is a little warmer, 12 degrees Celsius, 10 static miles of visibility. So that looks good. We're going to go to our operational flight plan here, and we'll just zoom in ourselves. We can see here our flying time for this first leg is 46 minutes. We'll be burning 6,367 pounds of fuel, which I need to actually make a change here. So you guys are just going to have to bear with me, because I totally need to switch that to kilograms. So let's put you guys here. Let's get a little tunes done here while we switch this flight plan over. So I'm just going to edit it really quick. And we'll convert all the figures to kilograms, because that's what we need. Alright, now we've got it all in kilograms, which looks good. Alright, I'm also monitoring my internet was going up and down, but I think it was the modem. I restarted it, so we're good to go there. Alright, so now let's request it. Nothing's going to change there, but what's going to change here now in the operational flight plan, as we'll see here, things are now in kilograms. So the trip is only going to take 2,886 kilograms. We should have a total block fuel of 8.6 tons for our departure. And winds are going to be out of the west at 58 degrees cost index, or 58 knots, cost index of 75 degrees, or 75 rather. So let's now come back here, and before we start loading the plane up, let's open the door up. And then of course we're going to get the main cargo up. Let's get some of those bay lights on there. And then what we're going to do is going to come up top, and we got to kind of come up here so we can get to what we need to do. We need to turn the ground hydraulics on the blue electric pump so we can open the back door. So that's now on now. And then now, of course, we can come and start opening the main cargo door up. And you can see it coming down right there. Alright, so that's so that we can get everything loaded up on here. Now we're going to go to fuel and payload. We're going to get our SimBrief going. Alright, so that's going to be the SimBrief weights. You got to make sure it does something there. There's 8.6. We're loading it on the plane currently right now. Got a 0 fuel weight, center gravity 25.1. 0 fuel weight is going to be right at 90 tons there. And then, of course, we have 8.6 tons of fuel on board now. So, alright. So we still got our align waiting here, so in the meantime we can just do our initialization request, and you could see that we already have what we need on board as far as the flight plan is concerned. So now we're simply going to go through our checks here. IRS will be available in 0 minutes, so less than a minute. We'll be aligned. Let's go right to the departure. We're departing on runway 32 today with a SID of the skies 4, and we're going to be transitioning. Let's see where we're going to transition to. Okay, here's our route. This is our alternate should we go missed. So thermal is where we are transitioning to. So there's our departure there from Riverside. We're going to go ahead and pop that in there, and we're going to insert that. And then we're going to come here and okay, so you see the rest of it. So there's the end of the departure. There's thermal. There's 29 Palms, Jot, New, so on and so forth, Koenig. So now, if we would like, we can literally plan for our arrival. Since I've already planned for it, we're going to be arriving on runway 21 left. And the approach is going to be the ILS X-ray, and we're going to be taking that from Christ. Okay, so now we can modify that, and we can insert that, and now we can come down here and take a look at that. Now we won't want to go exactly direct from Koenig here, so we'll have to vector ourselves a little bit unless we get ATC. Then you can see the mix is Rock X, so that looks good there. Let's come over here now, guys, to the fuel and load. This is important. So we can see we have 8.6 tons of fuel on here. So let's put that in there first in our block fuel. Then we're going to take our zero fuel weight, and we remember that we said that was 89.99 or something like that. So we're going to round up to 90 tons. And then our zero fuel weight center of gravity was 25.1, and all this information is coming from the electronic flight bag. So now we enter that, and now the aircraft can start figuring out what we need. We also want to adhere to our fuel specifications and just know that we need 3.8 in reserve fuel to get where we're going. Right now it's got alternate 2.3 tons and 2.2 tons, but if you add the two up, that's more than the 3.8 that we need, which is good. So we will stick with that. Now we can come and keep doing our flows here, and we're going to come to our performance, and we are literally going to get the aircraft to calculate it. We're going to adjust the speeds there. We got 120, 120, 133. That should be fine. And 9 degrees Celsius outside. And you can see flaps 1, flaps 2. What the speeds would be, we're taking off flaps 1. And it'll be 26.5. And then I believe on the electronic flight bag, that we're 1.5 up, so that's what we're gonna do. All right, so in the meantime, let's go ahead and get the music started so we can get out of here, guys, and we can make this a good one. All right, so let's get our controls on and set up here. And I'm gonna be using another tablet, but I'm gonna use this tablet for my, more than likely for my taxi. So I have Navigraph on the tablet as well. Okay. All right. So it looks like we're going to be taxiing off the ramp Alpha We'll continue taxi down to Alpha the whole way. Even though we make a right turn, it's all Alpha to runway 32. Okay. What that looks like for you guys before we get going is gonna be we're here on the ramp. We'll make a right. We'll come here and just be on the cusp of the taxiway here, right on Alpha, which is a continued taxiway here. Then we'll skip Golf, make our left here on Alpha, continued, all the way to the base of the runway for departure on 32, with a runway that's 13,302 feet, with a runway heading of 315, folks. So that is going to be our taxi there. Alright, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get this bad boy up and running. We can go ahead and assume that the cargo is loaded, so it's now time to close the doors. But while that's happening, let's for sure come up here and get our APU master on. And start the APU. And close the main cargo door as well as that. And now we can also come and look at the doors once this is the APU page, so it's going to show the overall starting of this APU. Let's go ahead and start getting these tanks on. There's the main, there's the standby, there's alternate 1, alternate 2. We're going to turn 1 and 2 on first, and alternate, so on and so forth. We're going to come over here, turn the main, standby, 3 and 4 then, and then 3 and 4 on the alternate tanks there. Going to monitor the APU. You can see the doors open for the exhaust. Exhaust gas temperatures have already risen, and the main fan is rising up so that we can get the complete power that we need on board today for our flight. Okay, we've been given a squawk code of 5317. I'm going to put that right in here, which is a transponder. And the APU should be almost available. It'll switch over here in a second. Takes a while for this APU to come up. We got APU bleeds here, so now we can turn the external power off. Alright. External power's off. Let's go, of course, with ground and get rid of this GPU, which we no longer need. And of course, we're going to come here so that we can check our altimeter 3005. We're not going to get that in yet because there's a glitch with this plane where we will have to do something, and we would essentially have to mess with all this again. So we're going to be setting up this last and our altimeter for us to depart. Let's go ahead and get the CTAF here for Riverside, so we can throw that in. And CTAF is 2765, so we're going to come here and put that in right now. So we're going to do 127. You got to clear this out first from the last input. 127650. We're going to throw that in there. There's that. Then we're going to come over here and we're going to put the Unicom frequency that we will monitor there, but we're going to stay on this frequency. And then of course over here we are going to have ourselves monitor Unicom on the second frequency while we're still able to report on our airport or departure airport frequency. And then in order to monitor both, you're going to come here to the comms panel. You're just going to turn both those up. Alright, so we've got our departure frequency 127650. There's that. There's no ATC. We've got our we have our squawk code in. APU is started, and it's almost time to start the aircraft. let's do our final checks here. Performance is in here. Let's clear all of our cast messages here, if you will. These are just messages that happen once the airplane is coming alive. Over here, we are going to put our flight plan up on this side so that we can observe all of our altitudes. Not to mention, one thing that we want to observe is here at Kong, I don't want to be at flight level 306. Instead, we are going to make that constraint so our top of descent will be different. We're going to make this flight level 200 and enter that. Now the speed at 200, we can just do whatever the optimum speed is there, of course. It's got us at 280 knots. That's fine. Let's return. And then now we've got a top of descent here so that we can be here at 20,000 feet. Why the top of climb is down here right now, I'm not quite sure. So we will get that figured out. See skies, thermal, 20, 20. It's almost like this flight plan is in here. Let's see. Okay, we're departing here. Skies, thermal, TMP, jot, new GFS. So something is going on here that looks quite funny. You ready to go, babe? Okay. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I gotta let my beautiful daughter out for school here. So perhaps this will figure itself out. Top of climb, top of descent. We'll get this figured out. We'll monitor this on our climb profile. Give me 2 seconds here, guys. Just gonna let my daughter out. Mello, what's going on here? Good to see you. And let me get me off camera here just for a second. Get you guys some tunes. I gotta let her out into the world. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, I'm back with you guys. Appreciate you hanging out with your boy this morning. Alright. Back to work we go. Alright. Back to work we go so we can get out of here, guys, appropriately. So again, one of the things that we can do here, let's just take a look at our... So the departure looks okay there. No problem. Once again, we're going to confirm we got 8.6 tons of fuel on, and we'll double check that. I think some of that will fix itself off once we get the bird in the air, but we'll double check and make sure that those fixes and VORs on our route are not going to be an issue. Let's go ahead and get the beacon. We're going to get it onto bright since it's daytime. Nav will be on, everything else off. We're going to call starting the engines 4 and 3. 2 and 1 will be the order. And we're going to ignition. And we're going to go ahead and fire up the fourth engine. We can see that's coming up. And we can literally see. Okay, number 4 is coming up. Okay. Bringing number 3 up. Then if we go over to the other side, we'll see that those are currently off. We'll get these bad boys started here. We'll take a little walk through the cargo deck once we're airborne. Okay, we got good starts on 4 and 3, calling out starting number 2. And we can see here the third stage fan. Okay, number 2 is now available. Calling out starting number 1. And we're waiting for number 1 to be completely stabilized here. It is now available. We'll wait for the rest of our specifics to normalize, in which they have. They automatically switched to our departure screen on the ECAM there. Now what we have to do, all the engines have been started in the feather. We're going to put them all into the run mode now. We're going to clear that APU off. We're going to get rid of that bleed. APU master off. Ignition is going to normal. This is kind of where in order for me to get rid of the chocks, I have to, even though we're already in the ready state, there's going to be certain things that would change. But I'm just simply going to click this to get rid of the chocks. But what you got to do is kind of come back and refresh your sim brief stuff. You got to go to fuel and payload, do the same thing. It's just a small workaround. It's not the end of the world. Okay, you're making sure everything is the same there. And then we come back here, make sure our tonnage is good, which it is. We got to do our takeoff configuration test now. That's just a small workaround. So now we can definitely start getting our, we're going to 350 on this first leg here. 350 is set. Let's set our altimeters. We're going to once again refresh. I always refresh these right before I put it in. Altimeter 3005 for Riverside. Temperature is 10 degrees. Three 3005. Don't mind the simulator, it does these little weird little micro pauses here. Alright, so now what we need to do is double check our takeoff performance once again. 9 degrees Celsius. Let's recalculate. Put it in there. Okay, now let's make sure it's still 9 degrees Celsius out here. See, it's saying 10. But the aircraft's got it at 9, so let's make that change. Okay, we've entered that. 10, everything else looks good. Now, on the flight plan, if you read or calculate the speeds, sometimes you need to add 5 to the VREF, so this would be 125, 125, 130, but I found the aircraft still perform just fine. We'll want to make sure that we get a good flight controls check, which we're ready to do now. Okay, our brake is already on to high RTO. Let's get that up prior to us. Let's get this. That's one of the things that happens when you do that little shortcut so you can get rid of the chocks. See, we're gonna go both bright. Strobes don't need to be on right now. Nav, boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay, everything else looks good. Fuel pumps are on. Again, confirming we do have the 8.6 pounds of fuel. We'll do our takeoff configuration test in a second. Let's get right into our flight controls check. Okay, we're gonna go full up, and we're noticing this green here. Full down, noticing that we got good positive fly-by-wire controls. Aileron left, aileron right, neutral, and feet on the rudder. Rudder right, rudder left, neutral. Now we're going to zoom in a little bit. I'm going to use my pitch wheel here so that we can go the 1.5 up, pitch, trim, and 1.5 up is up and selected. Flight controls checks complete, and now we need to make sure we go to flaps 1, which we already have. Let's just go up on the lever and go back down on the lever. There we go. Make sure that's extinguished there. And now that we're done with our flight controls check, let's run our takeoff configuration check. Takeoff configuration is normal, folks, so that's a good sign. It's time to taxi up out of here. Flaps are set. Now we have to make sure our ground spoilers are in fact armed, which they are, and we're good to go. And let's do one more takeoff configuration test here. Takeoff configuration test is complete. Let's go ahead and push our speeds in for managed departure. And now we can turn our TCAS on, which it already is, but this is how you do it. It did it automatically once we made that switch. We're going to go to all, TCAS on, and now the TCAS is on, of course. 5137 Riverside traffic. United Nations 318 Heavy is on the main military ramp. We'll be taxiing to runway 32 for departure on the Skies 3 via Alpha. Alright, let's go out and get a fit check. Here, let's now we got the bad boy started. Eddie, what's up, man? How you doing, my G? Alright, guys, so we're gonna go with runway turnoff lights on, as well as our taxi takeoff, and the rest we will leave off for now. Alright, here we go, folks. Let's get ready to ride. Okay, parking brake is off, and we're off to the right here. Flying time on the first leg, it's awfully hazy here. Flying time for this first leg is 47 minutes. I'll get to your stuff there in a second, Andy. Let's get ready for departure. Taxiway to the right is clear. So now this is kind of a laborious taxi. This taxiway is eventually going to veer to the right. We're going to continue on Alpha. As we stated, get my seat here straight. Gonna go with terrain on, TCAS on. TCAS on over there. All right. Nice little taxi here. Kind of a long taxi here. All right, here comes that right turn. We're still going to be on Alpha. And we'll be departing here out of Riverside. For our first cargo drop for the United Nations Symposium stateside. Okay, here's our turn on Alpha, which we're still on Alpha, but there is a required right turn, obviously. First taxiway to the left will be Golf. We will bypass that. Continue on Alpha. Next taxiway to the left will be continued Alpha. Okay, additional flight checks. Flaps are set. Trims are set. 1.5 check. TCAS is on. TCAS. Departure frequency 127650 for this field, then on to Honeycomb, which we have in standby. Altimeters are both set 3005. MCP altitude is set for our cruising altitude, 35,000 feet. Flight directors are on. And of course we have our departure on the skies 4. There's Golf. And here's our nice little soft turn here to continue on Alpha. All right, a little bit further here. Now this ramp here, this would be the ramp, and I couldn't find any custom scenery for this Riverside, but this would be the ramp where the United States Air Force Command has contracted with private companies in order for them to land their cargo planes here, because Moreno Valley and Paris, California, which those are two municipalities that are right next to each other here in Southern California in the Inland Empire, are home to, those two municipalities are homes to a lot of distribution centers, Amazon, Wayfair, Whirlpool, you know, the list goes on. So they do actually fly into this airport so that they can do their logistics operations as well. So I think it's good for all parties involved. Engines are to run. Okay, as you guys can see, we're approaching the runway. Let's go ahead and start getting lights on so we don't have to worry about that and we can just get out of here. Hit strobe on the bright. Okay, all lights are on. Riverside traffic. United Nations 318 Heavy on Alpha entering runway 32 for immediate departure on the skies for Riverside. Alright, finals clear, TCAS is clear. As you can see, the situation is kind of degraded a little bit as we have gotten here close for our departure. Alright. Now there is no, I still haven't been able to find the clock in this thing to save my life. So it's a 46 minutes flight. We're going to take note of the time right now on the 8th. Okay. Takeoff power set. A little bit hairy there because the tailor gets disconnected until you get rudder authority. So it wasn't a perfect lineup. We got V1 coming up. And we'll go ahead and rotate. Positive rate. Gears coming up. Riverside traffic. United Nations 318 Heavy is clear of runway 32, climbing out on the skies for last call, Riverside. Alright guys, we're going to be out here on the skies for, of course. Flaps up. Getting above those clouds there. Okay, we've got 9,100 in climbing. Alright, we're almost ready for that autopilot, guys. Let's get straightened out here on course. Alright, autopilot's handed over nice and smooth. AP1, 12,000, climbing. Just get wing light off, landing light off, and runway turn off, light off. And guys, we have a departure out of the Riverside area. Let's go ahead and switch over our comms. 122.8. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take our climb all the way up, flight level 350. Our vertical profile will straighten itself out now that we've done that. Maybe we just range it out and it does that sometimes where this vertical profile will be off. I don't know why, maybe it's a glitch. Terrain is coming off. I'm not even sure if the terrain radar works, so I'm never getting any returns, so I'm going to have to research that. TCAS vertical speed display will stay there. And let's zoom this guy out here quite a bit. So we got another big left turn coming up here, which will put us out to the north. Okay, we can go rejected. Takeoff has already been extinguished. Let's get rid of those auto spoilers. And let's get our weather on. Okay. All econ messages are extinguished. Let's go ahead and go into the standard pressure now. Alright, and finally on the standby, standard pressure. We're at 19,000 and climbing. We're keeping 280 indicated. And we've got a 3,000 per feet minute climb here, so she's performing well, guys. Off to the left. That left turn that we were talking about now, that's going to take us a little bit more out, as you can see here, to the south before we make our grand left turn out to the north. We'll pass through the east. So we're southbound, but not directly south. That would be directly south. So we're south-southeast right now. And then we'll be turning more northern for that northeast route up to Nellis Air Force Base. Okay, we can look here. We're in the climb mode. We got skies. We'll be at that at flight level 280. We should be at our cruising altitude by the time we get to thermal. And the funny thing is that still, for whatever reason, the top of climb is below. Well, actually, it's not even showing anymore. So top of climb. So see, it did fix itself. It just doesn't feel comfortable. See, there's the top climb now. It was before, but I guess it couldn't calculate or compute until we were actually doing what we needed to do. So we'll just keep an eye on that. So nice departure out of Riverside. And of course we've got our north left turn coming up here. And he's always asking me about a wheel. I recommend PXN wheel. Let's see. I mean, PXN has been around for, could be a young company in contrast to other companies, but it's been around for at least 5-6 years because I've had a wheel from them for that long. Morning, buddy. Okay, 26,700 feet and climbing, under 9 to go. Then it'll be business as usual. Nice clear day. Now look, you can see our vertical profile. It's matching what we should be doing. Range that out so we can kind of see more of our course. Then of course we can come here. We're going to monitor the normal stuff you would on any Airbus, the fuel flow, fuel usage, of course, and then your delta P, cabin altitude, so on and so forth. So this is all showing good. We've got 7.3 tons of fuel on board still. Here's our deviation in temperature, of course, and so on and so forth. Got your different temperatures there. True outside temperature. Here's our time, 16:14, top of descent. We're only going to be, looks like it cruised for about 16 minutes. So very short flight. All right, less than 4,500 feet to go. All right, once we get to cruising altitude, we will be good to go. And I'll be able to take some very necessary pain medicine for a toothache I have. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's take a quick look at this area here. So not a bad cargo space here. You can hear the engines piping down. We must have reached cruising altitude. So this is the crew entry door. Got an operator that sits here for the cargo and other specified flight engineer things. Then you have the stairs up to the flight deck. Then you got this cargo hold space. And I wish they were simulating cargo in here or whatever, but maybe in future updates. So there you go. 350 engines are on the mock mode here. We're pretty much right on the cusp of what we can do. You can see the barber's pole there, which would indicate aircraft overstress. And you can see here, right at right under 80 miles, we got a really quick flight here, guys, into Nellis. So we got 72 miles. Top of descent, 1630. If we look there, that's only roughly about 10 minutes. I'm going to hit the latrine really quick and leave you guys to your devices. I'll be back with you shortly, man. Thanks for riding along. All right, back on here. Element in the house, man. What is up, my G? What is crack-a-lackin'? See, top of descent, 20 miles here. So, let's come here. Hope you're doing well, my G. Element out there in the world, man. I'm pretty sure you're flying somewhere as we speak now, or about to. Alright, so we're going to come here, guys. Let's update this information. We still got winds calm there in Nellis Air Force Base. Temperature is 14 degrees Celsius, altimeter 3006. Let's go ahead and get our MCP to where it should be. Let's look and see how many miles we got. We got 14 miles to top of descent. So we're going to go down to about 10 for now. You can see there's our top descent getting ready to start happening. Once it's at about a mile out, we'll make that happen. Okay, so we're going to come here. To our performance. And we're going to go to approach. And we said the QNH was going to be 3006. Enter that. And of course, let's stop this music. Nah, I'm home till 70 fan flame. All right, nice, man. That citation type coming December. Hey, for sure, my G. For sure. All right, come on, Microsoft, with your little 3 little pauses you do every blue moon. All right, temperature is 14 degrees Celsius. All right, now we got 4 miles. What I like to do is just kind of hang out here. Wait till this says 1, so we get an accurate start of our descent there. Okay, it says 1. We're activating our descent. Okay, bada bing, bada boom. We can come here now and report happily that there are, in fact, no winds, or they're being reported calm. And the last thing we need to do is look for the barometric pressure. We have started our descent, and you can see our vertical profile. All right, let's get these controls on here. Alright, just texting with the lovely wife there. We're on our way down. Let's look at the CTAF for Nellis. Okay, 3255. All right, 3255. as we descend, let's go ahead, before we put anything else in, let's get our Navigraph up. Alright, let's pull our Navigraph up for you guys so that we can do a little briefing here. Once we get into Nellis, our approach will be 21 left, and then we'll be back here either exiting Bravo or Alpha, or depending on, we won't even be a back taxi, it could be, so that we can come up here, because essentially we want to come to this ramp here, the Transient East ramp. So we're coming in 21 left. Minimums, we'll do 200 radial. Touchdown elevation is 1,865 feet. Missed approach climb to 15,000. Intercept the Nellis TACAN radial 210 to ROCX, which is 2.5 from radial 358 to ARCO, and hold, which is here. So we'll come here, climb to 15,000, then it'll be a right turn here, and then we'll intercept radial 358 to ARCO, which is here. So this is the radial 358, 15,000, right turn. We'll intercept this radial 358 to ARCO, and you can see it'll probably be a parallel, so we'll probably come in, swing back around, and come and make left turns, because this is a left turns. But because we are going to vector ourselves, if we go missed for 2-1 left, since I'm making left traffic anyway, so to speak, we're going to be coming this way, intercepting Christ, then left to final. I'm going to just fly runway heading 210. I'll climb up to 15,000 feet, and then I'll make my left cross and then left base and do it that way. So that's what we're doing, guys. All right. Good visual day here. Good visual day. Runway 10,051 feet. So let's go ahead and start setting up for our landing. Okay, we've got approach in. You can see here, these are our different flap speeds. Flaps 1, we should be throwing it in at 149. Flaps 2, so on and so forth. We got a VREF of 115. We got an approach speed of between 120. I'll make that 120, 125. We're going to use the radial altimeter for our minimums, even though it's a nice visual day. And there we go. So 120, between 120 and 125 is going to be our approach speed. Okay, now it's got us straight to Christ. But what we're going to do is we are going to vector ourselves. So we'll drag it in a little bit more, and as we get closer, then we will make right concessions for making sure we enter so that we can be left traffic. You can see here. So we'll continue our descent. We got our altimeter going to be coming in here soon, so let's put it in the standby first. Altimeter is 3006. Okay, so this will be in 400 feet. We'll get that situated. Okay, 3006 across the board. As we continue our descent down. And don't forget, Christ is supposed to be basically 8,800 feet. So let's at this point now switch this to where we're going to be able to put the right altitude in now. $8,800 feet. Gonna go with terrain on both sides here. So we get terrain here, but it never populates anything. So I think in one of the updates it kind of messed up the terrain right off here, if I'm being honest here. So you guys can see Lake Mead here. So this is a good, this is a 60-mile ring, this is a 30-mile ring, so that'll give you an idea of once we start really seeing, getting close enough that we'll vector ourselves. And then go back on the nav mode to intercept Christ. And then of course pick up that ILS. Alright guys, we are doing good here. Go here to monitor. Let's see. So destination data is good. We can get rid of this. Just go ahead and get our landing system on here. Now with that being said, getting the landing system on here, we'll double check the correct frequency. That's iRev, but once we get close and activate the approach, we should be switching over to the ILS because it's already in there and this auto tunes. So you got LFSC approach, so we'll have to activate that approach here coming soon. Okay, now we're kind of getting where we want to be. Our speed is pretty productive here. So what I'm going to do is start controlling the speed here. I'm going to go back to 250. Then we're also going to go on to the heading mode. And let's start making our right turn here. Riverside traffic, United Nations 318 Heavy is an Airbus A400, currently 11,900. We are left downwind, runway 12 left, and we are beam ROTC on an offset of 15 nautical miles. We'll be intercepting ILS 21 left X-ray at Christ. Full stop. Riverside. Correction. Nellis. Alright, so there's Nellis. Airfield is right over there. So what we're essentially going to do, we're going to fly this heading. We're going to come up here and then we're going to go direct to Christ. And of course, nice open area here. Good visibility. Which is what we want. We won't be doing a landed replay on this because we'll be doing probably landed replay on a few other ones. So okay, there's our vertical deviation before it's actually okay, I'm gonna bring that speed way back. You're gonna go to 210 here. And we're at 10,000 feet. Landing lights can come on. Okay guys, let's go ahead and arm our projected takeoff and that to medium. And we're at 10,000 feet, which is good. And we've got plenty of clearance. Obviously, there's some more terrain features off to the right, but coming into this open area, about 5,000 feet, 5 to 7,000 feet is more than ample to have at least 2,000 feet of clearance from the terrain at the bottom there. This would be a little more unnerving, of course, if we were This would be more unnerving, of course, if we were in a situation where we couldn't see anything. Okay, we're almost a beam of Christ, and then we'll do a direct. And we're now at the 8,800 feet that we need. After Christ, we got Sheet, which will be at 6020. We're going to activate the approach now, and hopefully that'll switch our situation up. I'm still at odds while we don't have the right radio frequency, because this is supposed to be, it's automatic. And look, we've got the approach in there already, so let's see what happens here when we Because right now I still see Riverside here, and that's not a good sign. Okay, let's go direct. Speed checks, first stage of flaps. We're going to come here. Okay. Now we're going to go direct to Christ. And of course, we're also going to start slowing some speed down. Speed check, flaps 2. Dallas Air Force Base traffic. United Nations 318 Heavy is now turning the final. We'll be intercepting ILS 21 X-ray at Christ. Full stop. So approach is activated. We don't even have any of the ILS there because it's not tuned in. So let's see where we can fix this here quick. Should be right here at nav aids. Okay. Yeah, it's not working. We're gonna have to figure this out. Because it doesn't look like we're not getting any ILS information here. Which would be literally the first time I'm having this issue. Okay, 88 sheet 5,000. So let's get that 5,000 set up in here now. So we're just going to use the regular descent. Good thing it's visual. Okay, we'll make this nice and slow here. Yeah, never switched anything, which is fine. We're going to intercept at 4,200. So some type of glitch is happening because look, this is not even recognizing where we're even in the right area. That's all right. Long as we got what we need here, we're good to go. And I wonder if the tuning has something to do with me importing the flight plan. We'll see on the next one there. Speed check, flaps 3. And see how the terrain radar is on and nothing's coming up. So there's still a few things that this plane needs to be worked on for sure. Okay, we're at the 4,200 feet. You can see radio altimeter, we're 19 above, 18 now because the terrain is, there's mountains behind us, but we're gonna stay here. We're getting ready to take it off autopilot here shortly. Actually, full visual, I'm going to keep this out of the way. Okay, gears coming down. Speed's coming back to final approach speed. Flaps full. My aircraft. Alright, gears down, 3 green, auto brake and auto spoilers are both set, and we've got a final approach speed of 120. And I'm just gonna manually fly it down, guys, since we're having an issue here. Okay, we're about 1,400 feet above the air, or the ground. Fully configured. Check. All right, walk that speed back a little bit. Landing lights are on and confirmed. Gears down. 3 green. Flaps are set to full. $700 feet above. $500 feet above. Check. Check. Check.
Above. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
That was definitely a butter. We're down. Welcome to Nellis. That thing was so smooth. Couldn't have got any smoother than that, y'all. Air spoiler disarm. Flaps are coming up. Start APU. Wing light off. Strobe light off. Landing lights, wing light off, taxi on. And Nellis traffic. United Nations 318 Heavy is clear of runway 12 left, taxiing into ramp off to the left. Nellis. Alright, so we made we made the ramp we wanted to make, which is good. Here's where the tankers park. We're gonna go where the aircraft, the cargo aircraft park. The next route I may manually put the route in because I want to make sure that we're getting the tune correct. So pretty nice landing, pretty stable approach. We got to figure out, because I've been flying this aircraft for the past 5-6 days, and the ILS has been working. The RNAV and a patch I've heard has been, functionality of it's kind of been taken away. Getting our MCP back to 10,000. When I was in the Army, I came to Nellis Air Force Base quite a bit. So one down, more to go. Appreciate you, D-Champ. My man said butter. See it, that Globe Master. There goes a Het. I used to work on those. Those transport tanks, Bradleys, various equipment. All right. 4 coming off. Okay, I guess the GPU is not going to be available here, so we're just going to run off of literally our APU power. Let's see how much fuel we still have in there. 4.5, which is good. We needed 3.8 for our alternate fuel, so we had more than enough, even though our avionics didn't cooperate with us. And here we are, guys. Made it here with no problem. And now, guys, we're going to get ready for the next leg to Albuquerque. Thanks for riding along, guys, and I will be right back while I get this flight plan all situated. Alright, my G's, we are back. Boarding is still in progress, but we will most certainly get that figured out as well. Let's go ahead and take that off. Alright, back on board we go. And now we are... There we go. We got Nellis, Albuquerque. I know it's a little bit hard to see for you guys. Nellis, Albuquerque, Santa Fe. Let's go ahead and get our fuel and payload loaded up as well. Should have a little bit more fuel on board this time. We got 9.6, so we'll round it up to 9.7 tons of fuel. Supply that load. Alright, let's come here, 9.7. Let's go to our init page. Now this time we're flying an RNAV, and I know an RNAV approach on this got broken, so I'll have to fly the RNAV myself. So we're still going to do a little time saver here, instead of putting everything in. Okay, we're doing flight level 370. Let's just reference that on our operational flight plan here. .370, 4,085 kilograms, an hour and 6 flying time there, guys. So this is correct. IRSs are already aligned. Let's go right into the departure. Runway we're departing on is 3 left. There is no SID. And no transition point. Let's see, cruise flight level above max flight level. So you can see we're going to be off on a runway, then we'll be headed to Boulder, PGS, so on and so forth. So we'll take off and we'll be a right turn to intercept. Then Albuquerque, I've already, during the break while people were boarding, briefed the arrival. Arrival is going to be on runway 21. Approach is going to be the RNAV Yankee 21, and we're going to be taking that from Foxer, Star, None, and Trans None. There we go. Now see, here is where we would get that. You can see the frequency via Star None. Let's see, the via though, we should be doing Foxer. There we go. Star None. That should be good there. So at Albuquerque, we're going to ask for us to be at 10,000 at Albuquerque as well. Let's go fuel and load before we do performance, obviously. Zero fuel weight is always going to be at 90 tons. And the block fuel, 9.7. And zero fuel weight center of gravity. 25.1, yeah, 9.7, 90, 25.1, okay. All right. 0.1. That should calculate the rest here shortly. There we are. And of course, 1.5 up on the trims, 26.7 for overall CG. Will it be 1.5 up on the trims? Okay. All right, let's plan for our performance now. Outside air temperature here, sometimes it's off, a little bit off from the, see, this one says 18. So 18, 0 knots. There's our performance. We're doing toga, flaps 2, flaps 1 up at 150. Or here's rather if we take off flaps 2, flaps 1 type situation. All right. And the final thing we have to do here is get Albuquerque where we want it to be. And they got a good 210, 10,920. I like it. Nothing else we got to do there. Big up, Spawning Man. Appreciate you for saying thumbs up, my G. That's my man. It's my dog. All right. Let's go ground. I'm going to close the main cargo. Close the door. You can see once this orange extinguishes, that rear cargo door is closed. Altimeter is now 3005. Let's double check that. Yeah, 3005. So we're just and we're doing 370 on this one. Let's switch this over. There we go. Flight director's back on. That'll actually zero all that back out. We got 370, and of course we'll ask for an optimal climb once we get off. The frequencies are all good, guys. Everything's good. Doors are closed. All right, it's time to get this music off, so we can get out of here. All right. Just kind of pull back on this here. It's not showing much because we have a flight discontinuity, but if we come here, there's where we'll see the right turn that we need to make to intercept the course there. All right. APU's on. 9.7. APU's not affecting anything here. All fuel pumps are on. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's get the beacon up there to bright. And let's call out starting right engine. Same sequence. We're going to start number 4 first. Let's see. Not quite sure. Oh, duh. All right. As you were. Beacons to bright. Ignition to start. And coming up on number 4. You can see we got some rotation on the N3. Alright, we'll wait for everything here to stabilize. Okay, we're out of the red, stabilizing, calling out starting number 3. Number 3 is available. Calling out starting number 2. See altimeter 3005, that is looking good. We'll wait for this red to extinguish itself here. And now you can see we got 3 good engines indicating we could take off with a toga percentage, takeoff go around power of 96%. And finally, number 1 coming up. Start sequence has begun. And we're going to be setting flaps 1. We're setting the ground spoilers to arm for rejected takeoff, as well as the auto brakes for rejected takeoff. Alright, everything there looks good. As far as the engines start, they're stable. We're coming from feather to the run mode on all 4, starting with 1, 2, 3, and 4. Engines are all symmetrical and stable. Flaps 1. Bleeds can come off. APU can come off. Ignition can come to normal. No alerts. Let's go ahead and get our TCAS on. Confirm radio frequency 13255. And of course, now let's do our flight controls check. Pull up. Pull down. Aileron left. Aileron right. Neutral. And let's get 1.5 up, which it is right there. Flaps 1, everything looks good. Alright, takeoff configurations. Let's get the seatbelts on. And do a config test. Config test, no errors, everything is complete. Now let's get some Navigraph for you guys so we can roll up out of here. Alright, let's talk about our taxi here, folks. Here we're on this ramp, of course. We came runway 21 left. We exited here at Bravo, came all the way back up. Now we're going to come back to the left, take Golf. We're going to come back around to this intersection, but we're going to steer right and continue on Golf. Right on Alpha, cross runway 3 right for 3 left on Alpha, and then we've got 10,120 feet of runway to use to depart out of here. Nellis traffic, United Nations 318 Heavy is currently on the northeast cargo plane ramp, shy of Golf. We will be taxiing to runway 3 left for departure out to the southeast via Golf, Alpha, crossing runway on Alpha, 3 right for 3 left, Nellis. Alright, flight controls are there. Let's get ready to rock and roll. Sorry about the view there, guys. Alright, last thing, we'll do our rudder controls check. You can see it goes right into the flight control when we do that. Toe brakes are held. Parking brake is off. There's our wheel configuration, and we're going to go runway and taxi. Let's get a nice little view. Beautimous. Absolutely beautimous. Parking brake release, toe brakes release, and toe brake check. Okay. Accumulator pressure looks good. Get constraints off. Terrain on. A little bit of FPS struggle here. Not bad, I mean, it's still doable, but you can tell the FPS has dropped off the scenery from the Strip, Vegas that we have over there, plus the special scenery here of Nellis, which shouldn't be much, but it's more precipitated by the Vegas Strip scenery and Harry S. Reid. Still want to call it McCarran. It's always going to be McCarran Airport to me. Okay, so Reserve fuel for this one is 3.6. Alright, here's inevitably where we'll go right and then left, passing that tanker there, KC-135. Taxiway is clear left. Falcon over there. Few of them. So we'll be on the Alpha here, and then we'll be crossing runway 3 right for 3 left. Ooh, excuse me. Nellis traffic, United Nations 318 heavy. Now on Alpha, we'll be crossing runway 3 right for 3 left. Nellis. Oh my goodness. Oh, excuse me. So this flight will be roughly 14 minutes or so longer. Okay, all lights on. Across the runway. Final looks clear. And we're just going to leave all the lights on. Nellis traffic, United Nations 318 heavy, clear of runway 3 right on Alpha, entering runway 3 left, immediate lineup and departure out to the southeast. Nellis. Finals clear. See, there's a strip, stratosphere, the other airport's over here. Alright, here's 03 left. Back on power set. Airspeed's alive. Looking for about 125.
V1.
And rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Climb power. Nellis Air Force Base. United Nations 318 heavy. Clear of runway 3 right. Runway heading, and then we're out to the southeast. Last call. Nellis. Okay, we're on Unicom. Flaps are coming up. Alright, so we can come here. We're going to go boom. Insert that. Now we've got a nice little right turn here. Okay, we're at 10,000. Okay, landing lights are off. Autopilot. Ground spoilers are disarmed. Projected takeoff is already off. Seatbelt's in the auto position, which has come off. And it looks to me like we have a nice departure out of the Las Vegas area, climbing up to flight level 370. All right. And we are off to Albuquerque, y'all. Get me out of there as well. You guys don't need to see me the whole time.
feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts feeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love
All right, fam bammers, back on camera. Let's check our top of descent here coming up. As you can see here, we have 41 miles. So 1842, under 10 minutes to start our... now what you'll notice is, see the time here, top of drop? You would think this is the time that it's calculating for your drop. But in all, actually, it's not. The time is 1833, so this is giving you the current time. So what you can do is come over here and look at the estimated time here. So you can see 10 minutes or under 37 miles, we're good to go. Let's go ahead and update that ATIS. Turn all music off, of course. All right, look at that. There's a plane we're passing by right there. Now the funny thing is, never showed up on our TCAS. So TCAS in this must not be working. So it's saying, yeah, the terrain radar is messed up, but the TCAS should be working. And maybe that's the reason why we didn't. So we'll do tilt above for now. All right, let's go ahead and get these controls on as well. Now we have our flight tablet up here that I'll be using for this arrival. It makes it a little easier for me. If I need to show you guys something on Navigraph, I'll show it to you guys. But we are reeling it in here. Alright, so let's write this down so I don't have to keep going back and forth, because sometimes that's exactly what I do, man. Alright, so Albuquerque, we got 1706 knots. Temperature is 21, minus 2. For the dew point, altimeter is 3033. So 1076 knots, runway 21, still definitely sufficient. And we're going to be meeting 10,000. For our initial point, and then we'll get the MCP altitude set up for something different as well. We got 9 miles. Okay, before descent checklist, altimeter has been checked, 3033. Weather's been checked. Excuse me, sorry about that, I was trying to prevent that. And runway that we have, the approach that we have still works. There is no air traffic control. 5 nautical miles to go before we push the button in so we can start our descent into the Albuquerque area. Once we're into the descent, I'll pull up the Navigraph for you guys so that you guys can actually see what we're doing. 2 miles. Let's get ready for the button. Once it says 1, we do it. 1 nautical mile. Descent started. There's really nobody to notify at this point. Any station that's not radio check. Let's see if we can get a radio check from anyone. I've never heard anyone transmit on this thing, so I just want to make sure we actually can receive something. Let us do a dual frequency here, and we'll try. Anybody check? Okay, so it does work. Just no one's answering. There we go. On our way down. So let's check a few things out. As we descend. All right. So this is runway 21 here. Now this is the air apron for cargo and things of that nature, but unfortunately we are coming way over here, and if we get redirected, way over here. So this is the Air National Guard ramp, and this is the military operations hangars. I think we'll come to these hangars here versus the ramp, since this is the military operations. Here's also a military ramp here. So we are going to be approved to park anywhere on the military ramp. So we'll have to come back, take Foxtrot. Foxtrot merges into Charlie here. We'll take Charlie, we'll cross, and then we'll get ourselves up here. So another long taxi that we need to take care of. Let's look at our arrival here. We're going to pick up Foxer, 10,000 mandatory, which we have. Max speed is 210 knots. Then we're going to go on a track here of 050. We can descend to 8,000 for Bug Eye. At Bug Eye, we begin a right turn, descending down to 7,200 feet. And in arc fashion, getting Cagney here, continuing down to 6,600 feet. Once we get Cagney, we'll be going on track 214, intercepting Teener here for final approach. So this will be a real short. So if you look here, this is all going to happen. So we got to be fully configured by the time we come around this corner. So this is going to happen fast. And that'll be the state in which we arrive. So I'll keep the airport chart up for you guys. And I'll take this off for you guys now so that you have that. All right, here we go. So essentially, let's check on the other screen here. Okay, essentially right before Albuquerque is where we're going to have our 10,000 feet. After Albuquerque, $66 for Kiefer. Cagney, 61. Teener, 6,000. Then we'll check our minimums here. Okay, so 6,000 basically is what we need to be setting in the MCP. Now I'm just going to fly this regular. The flight plan is connected, and I'm going to manage the altitudes because what I've been reading on the forums too, that the current patch, the RNAV has been degraded as well. Now the ILS works, but we're not flying in ILS, we're flying in RNAV. As you can see here, the computer even recognizes RNAV 2.1. That's what we're doing. You can see this point here, we're going to slow down to 210. Now, minimums. So what about the speed we're going to be doing? We could have a 637 degree vertical speed nose down for the 3 glide path. We'll check and see what that is. Minimums are going to be 442. Radial. And it's not allowing me, so we'll do 5758 because it's R now. And the outside temperature is 21 degrees. Celsius, that is. QNH 3033. The winds 1706. All right, we got everything in here. We got headwind of 3 knots, crosswind of 5 for 17006 for rolling at runway 21. Here's our flap speeds. Flaps full. The V approach is 120, V ref is 1 in 15, so it's pretty common there for it to be that what it is. Alright guys, so let's take this out of the standard. We're going to have altitude disagree here in a second. Probably get a little beep. Because I got to do the other side as well. Just in enough range where we didn't get that beep. And you could set it to where it does what the captain side does, but I just like to do it this way. It makes me get over here and kind of still have this side set up for a nice approach. So even though terrain radar is going to be on, let's get that off and get that on. Doesn't work. This just comes up. It'd be nice if it worked. But this is going to be a really fast approach. TCAS is on. So we've got our minimums in. We got our final approach speed of 120, flaps full of course at that point, configured. Flaps 3 we can be approaching at 141. Flaps 4 we can approach at 135, and flaps full we can approach at 120. Knots, look how quick it's going to happen. Let's switch over. Let's see what the CTAF is. Albuquerque Towers 1203. Albuquerque traffic. United Nations 318 Heavy is an Airbus A400M, currently out of 12,700 feet, descending down for RNAV 21, transitioning at Fox, full stop. Albuquerque. All right. Now let's set this. All right, so the runway we're landing at, (10,000 feet). Let's arm our ground spoilers. Medium auto brake. Ground spoilers are armed. And we're going to force seat belts to come on at this point, because we want all of our crew to sit down. Alright, even though there is no ILS, I'm always going to turn on this landing system here. And speed is bleeding. Speed check flaps 1. So that we do get that extra drag on there. And because of elevation, let's go ahead and get landing lights on now. All lights are on. And this one we're going to record. Turn is complete. Speed check flaps 2. All right. Still descending down. Let's see if we can get a little peek at the runway. Here's the airfield here. So we're going to basically come around and bada bing, bada boom. I think it's this runway going right here. Good visual situation. Now look, the funny thing is we are getting some logic here, so we'll see what happens. You can see the barometric pressure we have set in. Okay, we're coming right up on glide here, so let's see what happens if we go right into the approach mode there. Here's coming down. Albuquerque traffic, United Nations 318 heavy has joined the RNAV approach runway 21, now overhead Kiefer, full stop. Alright, landing gears coming down. Next stage of flaps. Coming back to approach speed. Flaps 4. Gears down, 3 green. We don't have quite flaps to landing yet, but we're right there. Final turn. Albuquerque traffic. United Nations 318 heavy. Turn to final. Full stop. Runway 21. Flaps full. Landing checklist complete. My aircraft. Alright, let's get this out of the way. I like to land without this. Albuquerque traffic, United Nations 318 heavy, short final 2-1.
Minimum
Continue.
300.
Check. Final approach speed 120 has been achieved. 200.
100.
Check.
$50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10.
Auto brake release. Reverse is released. Ground spoilers disarmed. And welcoming in. Flaps coming up. Albuquerque. Albuquerque traffic, United Nations 318 heavy is clear of runway 21, exiting on Foxtrot 3 on Foxtrot back to the ramp for Albuquerque. We'll leave taxi off. Strobe is off. Brakes are hot. We'll reset that. This doesn't have a brake cooler, I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't have a brake cooler. So hi, love. I'm on. You gonna leave now? All right, baby. Love you. Safe travels. All right. So boom, boom, boom. We can get the wing off. Landing. We just have the runway turn off. We'll taxi on that. D-Champ says, but appreciate you, my G. So as you can see, the brakes are hot. We'll have to reset that here. I believe there's a way on the ground where you can reset the brake temps on one of these. I gotta find out which one it is. So we'll take Foxtrot. It's getting ready to move to Charlie. Let's get the MCP back to 10,000. And we'll run a replay on this one, of course. And on Charlie, United Nations 318 continuing to the military ramp. We'll be merging on to Bravo after Charlie, after crossing runway 12. So we went on the base of the runway, but we were still in a taxi. This one we're actually going to be crossing over. Strobes on. APU's up. And let's look at our fuel stores. Look at that. 5.8. We only needed 3.8 for our reserve fuel, which Santa Fe was going to be our alternate. Right is clear. Left is clear. Albuquerque traffic. United Nations 318 is clear. Runway 8. Continuing right turn onto Charlie. And correction, United Nations 318 Heavy is now on Alpha. Delta's intersection, continuing on Alpha to the ramp. And there we have it, folks. Kirkland Air Force Base. We're going to be turning in right here. It's got a nice little old trainer propped up out there. As we prepare to arrive on the ramp in the daytime, let's turn that taxi light off. We'll keep runway turn-off lights on. They're not so aggressive. So welcome to Albuquerque, New Mexico, Kirkland Air Force Base. Hi, yes, this is Andre. Yes, if you could give me just 1 second, I'm going to put my headset in so that I can hear you better, okay? All right, you guys. So I'm going to be shutting the plane down and talking to them because that's the dental clinic, and I will get back with you guys here shortly. Excuse me, but I got to take this call, man. Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I had to make that dentist appointment. Got that squared away. So we're running the replay, and then I am going to end up restarting the simulator just to make sure that we are on a nice, clean Microsoft, and that the replay doesn't mess anything up.
400. 300. 200. 100. 50, 40. 30. 20. 10. 30.
All right. We are ready to go. Phone calls made. Let's get back on board here of our aircraft. We can go ahead and button that door up. All right. So we're going to do the fresh start again, guys. All right. APU is off. Aircraft is going to start itself up. So clearly here we're not going to be doing a full laps landing. Runway will be very gusty approach there to Minneapolis. And 270, we'll see, that's a crosswind. We'll see if we get north or south. I'm assuming we're going to get the 30s. Yeah, those are western runways. So we'll probably end up taking 30 right because that's where the ramp is at. Out of Albuquerque, still looks pretty good here. Okay, 11.9 on the fuel is what we're going to need. Okay, Albuquerque, Minneapolis, flight level 370, hour and 58 minutes of flying, 6,921 kilograms of fuel with a total block fuel of 11.8 tons, which we're going to call that probably 11.9. So I'm going to see if the ILS works by putting it in the manual way. Alternate is St. Cloud. We actually have Albuquerque ground on. Zero 0714 Largo. Okay, we're going to be squawking 0714. All right, there we go. Let's see if we can get ATIS in here. Okay, 118.
Visibility 10. Few clouds at 25,000. Temperature 22. Dew point -2. Altimeter 3029er. Simultaneous approach is in use. Arrivals expect visual approach runways 21 and 26. Departing runways 21 and 26. RMK Hertz Northeast Southeast notices to air missions read back hold short instructions. Taxiway H closed. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Lima.
He's gonna give us 26. Lima.
Albuquerque International Sun Airport ATIS information, Lima 1852 Zulu. WENCOM. Visibility 10. Few clouds at 25,000. Temperature 22. Dew point -2. Altimeter 3029er. Simultaneous approach is in use. Arrivals expect visual approach runways 21 and 26. Departing runways 21 and 26. RMK Hertz Northeast Southeast notices to air missions read back hold.
Alright, so we got a pre-departure clearance, so we don't need to call him. We only need to call him for taxi. And we're going to be expecting runway 26. There's no way he'll taxi us all the way around. So departing runways 26. We're departing on the Largo 3. Two 6 Largo 3. There's Albuquerque.
Delta 404, fully ready for taxi.
Then we go FTI.
Delta 404 information, Lima is current. Runway 21, taxi via Alpha, Delta, cross 26 at Delta, Echo.
Information Lima on board and taxi to holding point runway 21 via Delta, cross runway 26, then Delta and Echo for
Largo,
Delta
Albuquerque,
404.
FTI, TBE.
Delta 404, that's Alpha, Delta, cross 26 at Delta, Echo to runway 21.
Alpha, Delta, cross runway 26, then Delta, Echo 2 for runway 21. Delta 404.
So I'm kind of doing it the long way because I just want to see if that's what made the ILS not work. Okay, from LAA we're doing HCT. Okay, that's 158. It's tedious doing it this way, but it is what it is. See, it gave us the frequency. That's good. Okay, runways 30 right, 210, then on track 122 to IRV. So let's see where that is. Okay, then on track to IRV, so we'll be making right traffic.
Attention all aircraft on the ground at Albuquerque. Information Mike, now current altimeter 3024.
Doc Holiday. What's up, my G? Good to see you, fam bammer. Okay, so let's take a look at this approach that we're looking at here. ILS 30 right.
Delta 404, no further ATC available. Over to advisory now. Have a good flight.
Thank you so much for your service. See you next time, and thank you again. See you, switch to Unicom 1228.
So we'll be making left traffic for this. Well, that's not completely true. Because it's got to go into IRV, so the other one's got to doing left traffic, but we're going to be doing right traffic. So if we do right traffic, we can make Turtle. Oops.
Albuquerque ground, hello, November 2847 Romeo. Is that Cutter Aviation requesting VFR departures to the west? We got Lima on board.
Okay, 30 right via Turtle,
2847
Torgy Swan.
Romeo, good afternoon, Albuquerque
Course
ground.
301.
Cleared VFR at or below 10,000. Departure offline, and you can squawk VFR.
Alright, number 2847 Romeo is cleared VFR westbound, maintain VFR at about 10,000. Departure frequencies offline and squawk VFR. 2847 Romeo.
47 Romeo, are you ready to taxi, sir?
Affirm 2847 Romeo.
November 2847 Romeo, information Mike is now current at Albuquerque, runway 21, taxi via Gulf.
What's the move
Charlie,
today?
cross 30
We're
at
just doing some
Charlie,
UN flying,
Echo.
Doc, and this is our third and final leg for the day.
Alright, we'll go ahead and pick up Mike in 921 via Gulf
go ahead and
Charlie.
pick up Mike as well.
930 at
2000
Charlie,
standard.
Echo November.
Temperature 24, 2.0. Altimeter 3024. Simultaneous approaches in use. Arrivals expect visual approach runways 21 and 26. Departing runways 21 and 26. RMK Hertz Northeast Southeast notices to air mission respect hold short instructions. Taxiway H closed, advise on initial contact. You have information, Mike.
Mike is current.
Albuquerque International Sun Airport ATIS information, Mike 1952 Zulu. Wind 170 at 7. Visibility 10. 25,000 staggered. Temperature 24. 2.0. Altimeter 3024. Simultaneous approaches in use. Arrivals expect visual approach runway.
Alright, just wanted to get that switched over so we can put this information in now. We're not going to set the altimeter because I'm going to have to do the little trick because we restarted the plane all over again. Let's go in here to our fuel and load. 0 fuel weight, of course. 0 fuel weight, center of gravity. Block fuel, 11.9 tons. Okay, that should give us some calculations there. Alright, there's our final 2.2 plus 10, 3.2. St. Cloud, yeah, it's not a far hop. Let's look at this OFP. Adding that to route. Here, I'll just get this up for you guys. Okay. Boom, add that to the route so then we can just even go direct if we wanted to, so that's good. Alright. So that's all squared away. According to our flight plan, we need to only have 3,000 pounds in reserves. So we're doing the 2.2 plus the alternate, about 3.1, so that's good. Alright, we're into our performance here. Temperature again is supposed to be 24 degrees outside. So let's see if we can put this in here. Enter that. Let's calculate. And we're going to insert that. And then we're going to change these to one. I always add 5 knots. So because this is a high wing aircraft, like many, the weights and profiles are very similar. So pretty much for these whole routes, we're getting the same kind of configuration for the aircraft. Let's clear all this out now.
(2847) Romeo, no further ATC available. Over to advisory now. Have a good flight. We'll see ya.
Over to advisory, 47 Romeo.
Alright, there's flight plan. So, we're going to be taxiway Bravo, Mike 2, Mike 3, Alpha is where we'll report. Okay. The day is almost here where you can do this in DCS, right? Right? Yes, sir. Alright, y'all, let's get this music off and let's get out of here. Alright, confirming the squawk in there is in fact 0714. Of course, we're going to push that in. And 37,000 feet. Okay, let's get the APU on. APU starting. Let's go ahead and get I don't know where that came from. There we go. Take that off, please, and thank you. So APU is starting up. Let's go through the rest of the aircraft and make sure we're good. We'll push this back. Parking brake is set. Thrust levers are in the idle. Fuel is cut off. Flaps are up. Just waiting for our APU to get going here. Okay, APU will be available here in a second. In the meantime, let's work on fuel pumps. We're going to go main, standby, feed tank 2, main, standby, primary 1, primary 2, alternate 1 and 2, main, standby, 3, 4, alternates 3, 4. Okay, APU will be available here now. Okay, we can get rid of that ground power. Alright, parking brake has been confirmed set. Ignitions are coming on. Ignition to the on. The beacon is on both upper and lower. Emergency light seat belts are already confirmed. Starting engine number 4. Okay, that engine is up and available. Starting number 3. Number 3 is available, starting number 2. Sounds like we hear a jet somewhere out here. There he is right there. That guy's pretty low though. He must be landing. We should only hope, right? Starting number 2 or 1. While that's happening, let's get our brake to rejected takeoff, get our ground spoilers armed, set our flaps to 1. Engines are all started and confirmed. Let's take them out of the feather. 1, 2, 3, 4 into the run mode. Bleeds are coming off. APU's coming off.
Albuquerque ground, Southwest 464, vacating 2-1 at Foxtrot.
Yeah, that guy was landing. Altimeter.
Southwest 464, good afternoon, Albuquerque ground, taxi to the terminal via Foxtrot, Charlie, cross tree 0 at Charlie, hold short 26 at Charlie.
Foxtrot, Charlie, cross 30 and short of 26 at Charlie, Southwest 464.
.3024 across the board. Let's go 37,000 feet again. DCAS is coming on. Alright, let's make sure we got the right amount of fuel in there. 11.8, that looks good. Takeoff configuration is already normal. And then let's get our weather system on here. Above there. Alright, so there's FTI, so we'll get up and going and out of here. Let's see, mic, boom, temperature 24, bada bing, bada boom. Alright. Boom, let's come here really quick and just double check our performance or our fuel weights. Make sure they didn't. Come on. Get on there, bang. This thing can be a pain in the butt sometimes. There we go. Fuel and payload, all this stayed the same. That's good. Got to check when you do that switch. All right. Pull up. Pull down. Aileron left. Aileron right. Neutral. Rudder right and rudder left. Neutral. Albuquerque ground, United Nations Heavy 318. Information mic on board, and we are at the intersection of Mike 3 and Alpha, ready to taxi.
United Nations 318, good afternoon, Albuquerque ground, runway 26, taxi via Alpha.
Runway 26 via Alpha, United Nations 318 Heavy.
Southwest 464, cross 26 at Charlie, continue Alpha to the ramp. Have a good afternoon, sir.
Cross 26 at Charlie and you too, Southwest 464, thanks.
There goes the Southwest plane there that was landing. Excuse me. All right. Three 024. Now we'll be out left turn. He's going to release us to our own reconnaissance here soon. Which we'll go CTAF. CTAF 1203.
United Nations 318, no further ATC available. Over to advisory now. Have a good flight, sir. We'll see you.
Over to advisory, you have a good day. Thanks for your services. We'll see you. United Nations 318 Heavy. See ya! One 203. Albuquerque traffic, United Nations 318 Heavy on Alpha. It's headed to runway 26 for departure on the Largo 3. We will be out basically to the northeast for Albuquerque. We're going to take it from here. Strobes coming on. Landing light is on. Strobes are on, landing lights on, looking good. So for the sake of ease, we're going to get this side. Normally I'll have it the other way, but we don't have a first officer on side that would really hit direct for us, so we got to make it easy to ourselves. There we go. Because because we'll be going direct here as soon as we get in the air. After we follow, of course, our takeoff. Albuquerque traffic, United Nations 318 Heavy lined up on runway 26, takeoff time now. Toga. Right rudder for that crosswind. V1 at 125, rotate as well. And rotate. Little wind shear there. Positive rate. Albuquerque traffic, United Nations 318 Heavy, vacated runway 26 out on the Largo 3, last call Albuquerque. Flaps up. Climb power. Continue out on this heading to climb. Gears up, flaps are up. Ground spoilers disarm. Autopilot is handed over. Landing lights off, wing light off, taxi light off, runway turn light off. Alright, and we're going to climb unrestricted up now. Optimal climb for flight level 370. The engines are on that climb profile, which will stay there the duration of flight. We're right on the flight path there. Making our right turn out to Foxtrot Tango India, which we got for 86 nautical miles. We got transition coming up here really quick since this is a high altitude airport. There we go. It finally caught up. It takes a minute for our vertical profile to catch up when we make a change there. It's no big deal. Radar on, TCAS on. I don't know why autopilot's off. Okay, let's figure this out. What we got going on here. We're just going to pitch down a little bit and let the airplane catch up again. Just make sure climb levers are in the powerful levels. They are. Tons, everything is looking good. Not quite sure why we are not picking up speed, but let's pitch down. I don't know how the speed came off the auto throttle, but that's what happened. So we're not too worried about it. We'll just hand fly it, and then we'll get it back on autopilot once we get it right back on course there. Okay, let's hand it back over. And remember, as an Airbus pilot, you're pretty much pilot monitoring the entire system. Let's monitor, make sure we're picking up speed. We got 263 indicated. Still climbing at 1,400 feet per minute. Even though we're picking up speed, those turboprops are pretty reliable. Alright, let's get it off flight control so I can go back to our normal profile here. $24,000. There we go. Sometimes this thing just does what it wants, man. Alright. You can see we're picking up the speed there. Power still in max climb. We're flight level 284. We're going about another 9,000 feet up. So pretty smooth. You can see the attitude of the aircraft. The angle of attack is degraded. Until we get here, then we'll start pitching up more, which we're doing now. We just pitched up from 7 to 9. Now we're at 1,000 feet per minute. And we'll see what else she can squeeze out. Okay, standard across the board. On course. MCP is set for our cruising altitude. Our ground spoilers are disarmed. Our auto brake is disarmed. No messages other than what's previously happened. There we go. All right. Let's continue this climb here. I'm looking at the VATSIM radar here. There is some major flying. Here, I'll show you guys. Some major flying going on here if you take a look at the radar. Look at all this here. There's supposed to be something going on. See, we got Houston Center on, Memphis Center, Atlanta Center, Jacksonville, Indiana Center, Cleveland Center. Miami's not on, but then you also got Mexico on and a whole bunch of areas over here. So it's popping on VATSIM today for Monday. This is our route here. As you can see, we're going to make ourselves northeast all the way up. We're going to be crossing through Denver Center's airspace. Once we depart Albuquerque Center's airspace, we'll be in Denver Center's airspace. If they decide to come on, then we'll be controlled by them. And then on into Minneapolis Center. You can hear those engines dialing back. Must have at that cruising altitude. Let's double check that. Yep. All right. Now that we're perfectly at cruise here, top of descent 2223. And it's currently 2039. So 2 hours and like 17 minutes. 718 miles to our top of descent. So we are on the way, fam bama rooskies. There you guys go. Excuse me, I was able to mute that just in time. So you can see here is our little route here coming all the way up. So hopefully that'll give you guys an indication of how we're doing back here. All right, y'all, and we're rolling. I'm coming back off cam, and I'll see you guys at a few. All right, you guys, just checking in really quick. See how we're doing. Should be doing fantabulous. All right, we've got about an hour to go, or at least an hour's worth of flying here. 414 nautical miles. Time now is 21:21. We're actual Zulu time right now. And our top of descent is 22:27. So literally an hour and 6 minutes from now, we'll be descending down. And let's see, we're still planning to have 5.1 tons of fuel once we get into Minneapolis, St. Paul. If we look here at the operational flight plan, we only needed 3.864 tons of fuel. St. Cloud is not that far away from the Twin Cities, so it would be more vectoring, maneuvering that would burn the gas so that you could set up for St. Cloud, because it's pretty close in case we need to use that as an alternate. Hope everybody's doing well, and we'll continue to cruise here, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride as we take this United Nations Flight 318 Heavy up to Minneapolis, St. Paul. All right, you guys. Let's check back in. We went into Denver Center's airspace. I was waiting for him to call me, but he didn't. 2149 is the time. Top of descent 2235. So we essentially got about 40 minutes to go or so. 200 and it looks like 4 nautical miles. So before top of descent, we will 100% check in and see. Let's see what that chatter sounds like for them. 2765. Not a whole lot of chatter there.
United 418 Heavy, turn right heading 260. United 18271 direct velocity.
Fuel's looking good, 5.5 tons. What we like, man?
United 418 Heavy, the field's at your 2 o'clock and 10 miles. United 418 Heavy, turn right heading 320 to join final, clear visual approach, runway 35 left.
All right, yeah, not much to do. Just hang out here until it's time for our top of drop. All systems are green and to go. And we'll check up the variables upon our arrival once we get a little closer, guys. So thanks for riding along for our last leg into Minneapolis, St. Paul.
United 418 Heavy, the winds are 290 at 9, runway 35 left, clear to land.
Denver Center, United 414, flight altitude 40, 70 miles east of 603, no touchdown.
Oh man, used text, that was the worst sound I've ever had come through my headphones. United 2271, it's golf at Colorado Springs. Let me know what approach you want and when you have golf. You can expect it.
Center United 414, how is it now? Sorry about that.
That's better.
Roger, 414.
United 2271, turn right heading 250, vector for the approach, descend and maintain 9,000. United 414, descend via the logger for arrival, Denver's landing to the north.
Descend via the logger for arrival, landing to the north, United 414.
United 2271, turn right, heading 270. And did you self-vector onto the localizer? Because you're kind of at a point that I can't do much at the moment. At 2371, quit ILS, runway 17 left approach, runway 17 left, quit land. United 2271, fly runway heading, maintain 900,000. Yeah, 2271, turn left heading 040. Yeah, 2271, say intentions. Okay. United 2271, turn left heading 350.
Denver Center, Canadian Express 021 Heavy, we're with you on at flight level 320.
Canadian Express 021 Heavy, Denver Airline.
Sorry it took so long, Denver Center. We actually tried calling you on the wrong frequency. Canadian Express 021.
Better. Air 72 Alpha Yankee, Denver Center left. United 2271, turn left heading 260.
Denver Center, sorry, United with 002 Heavy, flight 103.
United 2 Heavy, you're getting close to the edge of my airspace. You can just go back to advisory.
Sorry about that. It was 650 with 655, and didn't know. It's not bad. That's exactly what I did.
United 2271, turn left heading 200, intercept the localizer. So 5546, number runway, clear for takeoff, fly runway heading. Yeah, 22717 from Rock, maintain 9,000 till established, cleared ILS 17 left approach. I'm sorry. Who's going to Aspen? November 309, November, right down. Is 9 November, make straight in 15, report a 5-mile final. Yeah, 2271, runway 17 left, clear to land.
All right, we're getting close to the good stuff here. You can see we got 21 nautical miles to descend down to Torgy 3. TRRB. So 8,000 in the MCP. And let's just confirm that okay.
So 5546 radar
Or
contact.
Eric, Torgy, Opson, Hamburg,
So 5546, direct to Lost Sea, maintain 11,000.
15. Jane is actually 10,000, above 10,000. Okay. Heidi's above 9. Let's see. 250. Ashma 8,210. That's all I care about. And we've got 12 miles to go. In the descent, we'll go ahead and put the rest of the destination information there. And we've got 9 miles to go. We might as well get that CTAF. 8 miles to go. 1267. Six miles. All right, 1267 in the standby. Okay, we're at 2 miles. We'll go ahead and activate it now. And top descent is started. Attention Minneapolis traffic on 122.8. United Nations 318 Heavy is an Airbus A400. Vacating flight level 370, initiating descent via the Torquay 3, expecting full stop runway 30 right, Minneapolis, St. Paul. Alright. So we shot that out there. So we'll leave this as is for now, and then we'll switch it over once we get on 1267 for Minneapolis, which technically is for runway 1267 is the frequency for runways 12 right and 30 left, but they got to pick some type of seat to have. So we're on the way down there. Let's take a look here and come to home, and let's refresh. All right, winds 290, 16, gusting 24, so 290, 16, 13.
United 2271, any right turn, taxi via Echo Hotel to parking.
So 290 at 16. 290, 16, the temperature's 13. 290, 16.
November 2 Alpha Yankee descend via the Lloyd 1 arrival.
Temperature is 13 degrees Celsius. Enter that, and let's check the QNH.
November 09 November runway 15.
301 board 290 16 3014.
09 November Aston wind 25011 gust 24. Unable.
And
Denver Center, Canadian Express 021. Release the cockpit surface fifth and use zip as last.
Oh yeah, dude, don't fall in. Just let me know when you're back.
the minimum's 1072. Oh, enter. I'm like, what's going on here? You gotta enter it.
Okay, 5546. Let me know when you have a hotel at Springs and what approach you're looking for. November 09er, November, any left turn, parking via Alpha.
I'm trying to figure out why this is up. There we go.
Yeah, I guess if you're lucky you didn't implant there, then what's that? Okay, you can expect it.
Okay, there we go.
Denver, good evening, Alaska 889, heavy flight level 360.
The runway that we're landing at
9, reset your transponder for me, squawk 1415.
is 8,200 feet.
1415 on response, Alaska 889.
Let's arm our ground spoilers and go for medium brake. It is definitely, for this aircraft, it is not a short field takeoff at all. For the duration of the flight, we're going to have seat belts in the on position, letting everybody know if you do get up, it's going to be temporarily getting up. We're going to come across the end of runway 30 right, which technically would be like 12 left, but that's what it is, and we're going to make right traffic.
That was 5546, descend and maintain 9,000.
Alright, so pretty easy on the way in. This is a 30-mile ring. We're going to come here, pick up Tartel, and then we're coming all the way back around. Or we can literally, like I said, vector ourselves or go direct, should we be at the right altitude. Retired firefighter in the house, man. Good to see you, my G. I'm doing fine, man. How are you doing? Good to see you, fellow veteran. Don't mind us. Just doing our thing here. All-day flight on Monday. Okay, speed is bleeding. Now, once we make our turn and we finally get to our final fix on the approach, Tartel will be at 7,000, but should we so choose to turn in, it won't be that big of a difference to get down to, let's say, like 6,000. Okay, 3014. There we are. Again, to radar it doesn't work, but we're going to continue to have it to put it on, because eventually, hopefully, it will work. once again. Okay, so let's do something a little different this time. The winds are gusting. So since the winds are gusting, the other appropriate landing situation is at flaps 4. V approach is 140 knots. V ref is now 135. So we're going to come in a little bit faster because of the wind. And we'll still be fine to stop with what we got there. Okay, let's go ahead and switch over on both Accords. Minneapolis-St. Paul traffic, United Nations 318 Heavy is currently descending via the Torgy 3 direct to Osman, currently at 13,300, expecting full stop runway 30 right, Minneapolis. $12,000.
Minneapolis traffic, United 3972, 10 miles, runway 30 left to me.
Minneapolis traffic, be advised, traffic arising on 30 left should not be a factor. We are going to be overflying the end of runways 30 left and 30 right for right traffic on 30 right, Minneapolis traffic. Alright, so there we go. There's the river down there, and there's downtown Minneapolis. Now, normally we don't come in this high, but because of how we're coming in, we're going to be descending upon this and then coming back around. So once we make our turn and come back around the runway, it won't be an issue. But anyway, here's the Mississippi River here. Here's downtown Minneapolis. Alright, landing lights are going to come on. Okay, we're going to record here. Minneapolis traffic, United Nations 318 Heavy is now right downwind, runway 30 right, Minneapolis. Now we're right over St. Paul. And the airport will be over here for us. Alright, so let's go 6,000 vertical speed. And we'll keep that going. Speed check flaps 1. And honestly, I think we'll be able to get Sam's, but that's at 3,000. Let's see, Soggy's at 5,000. So perhaps we'll turn in between these two. So let's make sure we at least get you know what? We'll go ahead and vector ourselves because there's no ATC.
Yeah, if it's traffic, 3972, clear of runway 30, left taxi in the ramp via Charlie.
Minneapolis St. Paul traffic. United Nations 318 heavy. Right base, runway 30 right. Okay, see now we've got the ILS and now it's reading correctly. It's the IIN 1107, 17 miles. That is the Minneapolis St. Paul identifier. And I can see it here on my charts as well. So we actually have the right one this time, guys. Now we're definitely below the glide slope, so as we can continue our turn, and we'll get a little closer here and we'll arm the approach here. All landing lights are on. I don't like to land with the HUD, so I won't. Cass, man, what's up, my G? Yeah, Element, I'm still flying, dog. I got a lot taken care of today. Dentist appointments, all types of stuff. Alright. Aircraft is slowing down. Speed check, flaps 2. Okay guys, so we're going to be in on runway 30 right, and we can literally just take it to the end. And we'll be where we need to be. Not yet, my G, but I need to get there. There's so many planes I need to get into, fam bammers. Okay, so let's be prepared here. Once we get to Sam's, we literally have 9 miles, and we'll want to make sure we're configured in all that time. So we'll be good to go. Don't forget our approach speed is going to be 140. Little faster this time because of the winds. For sure, for sure. For showcast. Hey, when you get a plane you love, that's what's up. Alright guys, once we start making our right turn, we'll be under 30 degrees. We're in St. Paul now. We're actually going to be landing pretty close to where I used to work. Minneapolis, St. Paul traffic. United Nations 318 heavy right. Final. Runway 30 right. We'll stop. Alright, let's get under that 30 degrees. Hit that localizer. Gonna wait for the localizer to capture and then onto the approach mode. And there we go. And you guys will see that this plane does actually capture it quite nicely when it does work. Let's go gear down. Let's go ahead and get in our approach speed.
Radio check.
5x5. Speed check flaps 3. Speed check flaps 4. Now on this aircraft, I don't know if there's, usually with the Airbuses, there is a switch to let it know that you want to land flaps 4 so that you don't get the alerts and alarms, but we'll forego that now. Approach speed is in. Landing gear is down in 3 green. All the landing lights are on, and you can see this plane doesn't need it. It's already recognized we're landing flaps 4. Rejected takeoff. I'm sorry, as you were. Auto brakes set to medium and ground spoilers are armed. We've got the runway in sight and we are getting ready to capture. Don't forget VREF's going to be about 135, or not about, it is. Let's double check that really quick. 135. My aircraft? $1,600 feet. Minneapolis, St. Paul traffic, United Nations 318 heavy, short final, runway 30 right. So we're just doing a slight right here. Right now, winds don't feel too bad just because we are pretty copacetic here. Feel like we're good right here. We're gonna just keep that glide going. Sometimes it's a little hard to line up with the runway with the winds being what they are. Cross check.
300 minimum.
Check. Continue. Check.
100. 50. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Ooh, little floaty. That was ugly one. That wind, man. Look, we don't even need just keep rolling it. That was not a, I mean, towards the end it just got super floaty. It's the Airbus A400M. Alright guys, so we made it down. It was windy. Disarm those ground spoilers. We're just going to roll it in because the Minnesota National Guard is where we need to be. D-Champ silly. So, not the best on this one, but it was 16 gusting, so towards the end we really felt that. We're going to see what it looks like on the replay. Alright, we're close enough. Let's get this APU on. Minneapolis, St. Paul. United Nations 318 Heavy, clear runway 30 right on Romeo 9, taxi into the 934th Airlift Wing, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Have a good night.
You too, my friend. You too. See you next time. Alright, this is the 934th Airlift Wing. Hearing Minnesota. Got the old
And that's aircraft calling, that was so quiet.
Vikings there. Even though we don't win. Actually, we just won against the Lions. It's not saying too much. We lost Chargers, and which Chargers is kind of love-hate because I'm a Cali guy. So, but I also have ties to Minnesota. All right, guys, we're gonna pump it up right here. Parking brake is set. And get those bleeds on and start shutting her down.
Taxiing via Papa Charlie.
Transponder off. Seatbelts can come off. And all right, everything is off that we can think about. Okay, GPU is available here since we did park in a good area. Okay, insufficient hydraulic pressure.
So 1132 right downwind from runway 30 left Minneapolis.
Boom, boom, boom. All right, guys, man, we're getting some good stuff in here. And we made it in. Oh, we got to stop the this situation here. All right, slow plane is there on the ground. Let's go ahead and get that power on. APU bleeds come off, and APU can come off. Now we're on ground power. Guys, this was a good one. Nice evening, early evening arrival. Got the cargo ramp all down. You know what, guys? We did a nice replay in Albuquerque. We're not going to replay this one. This stream has been going on for 7 hours and 32 minutes. I think I'm good. I do want to say big up to each and every one of y'all for riding on board with your homie. And we're going to sign it off. Thank you, everybody, for... and we might do this on days I don't have a whole lot of clients, nothing going on. Hey, we might get up and do a lot of flying on some Mondays here. Till then, y'all, one love. Thanks for hanging out, man. And we will see you guys on the next one. Deuces.
That is very to 7 mile final 30 left.
Bring up stuff that it was for holding for 130 left.
You can't go, I'm still like 5 miles up.
And that's still waiting.
Roger.
Butter this landing. Butter.
That was 79 p.m. Delta FM32, clear all 37 left Minneapolis.
That was a pretty good landing.
Thanks.
Usually I bounce a bit, but you know, still learn.
Yeah.
Delta Air 144.
Delta FM32 tasking to the gate via Delta Quebec, Minneapolis.